Have you ever lain awake at night? Not because something terrible happened, but because something small felt unfinished? A sentence you didn't quite finish. A look someone gave you that you couldn't read. A choice you made that now feels slightly wrong. And as the room grows quieter, your mind grows louder. Tonight, I want to tell you a different kind of story. Not about someone who ran from their thoughts. Not about someone who tried to fix everything. But about a man who lived in a small wooden house with one single window that faced a mountain. And every night, that window taught him something about peace. So, if you're lying in bed right now, if your body is tired, but your mind is still walking in circles, let this story walk slowly with you. There is nothing to solve here, nothing to achieve, only something gentle to see. And as you listen, you might begin to notice your breathing, not changing it, not controlling it, just noticing. Inhale slowly and exhale even more slowly. Good. Let's begin. Story 1. The Window That Faced the Mountain. There was once a man named Aaron. He lived at the edge of a quiet village, where the last row of houses gave way to open fields. His home was simple: wooden floors, a small stove, a low table for tea. But the most important thing in his house was the window. It was not large. It was not decorated. It simply faced a mountain. Every morning, Aaron would sit in front of that window and drink his tea. Every evening, he would sit again before sleep. The mountain did not speak. It did not move much. It did not perform for him. And yet, Aaron felt as if the mountain was watching him more carefully than anyone ever had. The strange thing was this: Aaron did not always feel peaceful. In fact, his mind was often restless. He wondered if he had chosen the right path in life. He wondered if he should have married. He wondered if he should have stayed in the city where opportunities were louder and brighter. Sometimes, as he stared at the mountain, he felt small, insignificant. The mountain seemed so steady, so certain of its place, and he felt unsure. One evening, after a long day of doubting himself, Aaron spoke aloud to the empty room. "I wish I could be like that mountain," he said, "unmoving, certain, solid." But the mountain did not respond. The wind moved softly through the grass outside. Clouds drifted slowly across the peak. And something very subtle happened. The mountain disappeared, not because it moved, but because the clouds covered it completely. Arun sat there, surprised. Just moments ago, the mountain looked eternal. Now, it was hidden. Had it changed? No, only the conditions had changed. And for the first time, Arun wondered, maybe my thoughts are like clouds, and maybe what I truly am is more like the mountain. He did not fully understand this yet, but something inside him grew quieter that night. That night, after the mountain disappeared behind the clouds, Arun did not light a lamp right away. He stayed where he was. The room slowly darkened. The outline of the window softened. The familiar shape of the peak became only a memory behind a curtain of mist. And yet, he could still feel it there. He realized something gentle but unsettling. When the mountain was visible, he compared himself to it. When it vanished, he missed it. In both cases, his mind was busy. He leaned back against the wall and listened to the quiet of the house. The wooden beams creaked softly as the night air cooled. Somewhere far away, a dog barked once, then stopped. His thoughts began to speak again. You are not steady. You are not certain. You change too much. He noticed how convincing those thoughts sounded. They felt solid. They felt like facts. But then he remembered the clouds. Just moments before, the mountain had seemed unshakable. Then it was gone from sight. If someone had walked into the room at that exact moment, they might have believed there was no mountain at all. But the mountain had not disappeared. It was simply hidden. Arun closed his eyes. What if the same were true of him? What if beneath his shifting moods, beneath his uncertainty, beneath his constant measuring and comparing, there was something steady, not something dramatic, not something perfect, just something quietly present. He placed one hand on his chest. His heart was beating. He did not command it. He did not manage it. It simply continued. Breath entered. Breath left. No applause. No performance. No proof required. For the first time in many evenings, he did not argue with his thoughts. He did not try to replace them with positive affirmations. He did not try to silence them. He simply noticed them. A thought about regret would appear. He would watch it. A memory of the city would arise. He would watch it. A fear about the future would whisper. He would watch it, and slowly, very slowly, something shifted. The thoughts felt less like commands and more like weather. And weather, he knew, was temporary. He opened his eyes again. The clouds were thinning. A faint outline of the mountain returned, pale under the moonlight. It had never been in danger. Arun felt a softness in his chest that he could not name. Not excitement, not relief, more like space. Space between him and his thoughts. Space between one breath and the next. He began a quiet practice after that night. Each evening, he would sit by the window. If the mountain was clear, he would notice its sharp edges against the sky. If it was hidden, he would notice the absence. Clear mountain, clouded mountain, pleasant thoughts, unpleasant thoughts, visible, hidden. He began to understand that stability did not mean never changing. The mountain changed color throughout the day. It wore snow in winter and green in summer. It cast long shadows at sunset and disappeared entirely in fog. And yet, it remained itself. One evening, a storm arrived unexpectedly. Rain struck the window in quick, restless rhythms. Wind pushed against the walls of the house. The trees bent low, their branches trembling. Arun felt anxiety rise in him. What if the roof leaks? What if something breaks? What if I am not prepared? His body tightened. His breath became shallow. But then he remembered. Weather. He stood up and walked to the window. Rain blurred the entire view. The mountain was nowhere to be seen. If he had never known it was there, he might have believed the world ended at that glass. He placed his palm gently on the cool surface of the window. Behind this storm, the mountain remains. Behind this anxiety, what remains? He closed his eyes again. This time, instead of pushing the fear away, he let it be there. He felt it as sensation. Tightness in the chest, warmth in the face, quickness in the breath. He whispered softly, "This too is weather." The storm did not stop immediately, but something inside him stopped fighting. And when we stop fighting the rain, we notice that we are not the rain. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. Gradually, the wind softened. The rain slowed to a gentle tapping. The night grew still once more. When Arun opened his eyes, the clouds had moved. The moon illuminated the mountain again, calm and unchanged. He smiled, not because the storm had ended, but because he understood something deeper. The mountain did not resist the storm. It did not chase the sun. It did not cling to clear skies. It allowed. And perhaps he could learn to do the same. He sat down again, slower now, breathing in and out. If you are listening to this while lying in the dark, notice your own weather. Perhaps there is a small storm in your chest. Perhaps a light drizzle of worry in your mind. Perhaps only a quiet fog of tiredness. Whatever is there, let it be there. You do not have to clear the sky tonight. Just sit by your own inner window. And remember, behind the weather, something steady remains. And over time, Aaron's evenings by the window became less about the mountain and more about learning to sit with himself. But one day, something happened that would test this understanding in a deeper way. Seasons began to turn. The green slopes of the mountain slowly faded into gold. The air grew thinner, sharper in the mornings. Aaron noticed frost gathering along the edge of his window before sunrise, delicate patterns that disappeared with the first warmth of day. He had grown used to sitting each evening with whatever appeared: clear sky, drifting fog, restless wind. His practice was simple now. Sit, look, notice, breathe. And yet, practice does not mean life stops testing us. One afternoon, a letter arrived from the city. It was from an old friend, someone he had once worked with many years ago. The letter spoke of opportunity, an offer to return, to take part in a new project, something meaningful, something ambitious. "You always had more potential than you used," the letter said. "You disappeared too soon. There is still time." Aaron read the letter once, then again. By evening, his mind was louder than it had been in months. What if I made a mistake leaving? What if I'm hiding here? What if this quiet life is just fear disguised as peace? He sat before the window, but tonight he did not see the mountain. He saw a version of himself in the city, well-dressed, respected, surrounded by movement and conversation. He saw praise. He saw recognition. Then he saw exhaustion, competition, late nights under artificial light. The mountain stood quietly outside, unaware of his mental arguments. Inside, the weather intensified. Excitement surged, then doubt, then guilt for even considering leaving. His chest felt tight again, the way it had during the storm weeks before. He caught himself. Weather. But this time, it was harder, because this was not just a passing mood. This was a decision. He closed his eyes and tried to observe his thoughts as he had practiced. Return to the city. Stay here. You're wasting your life. You've already found what matters. Each thought claimed to be truth. Each thought felt urgent. He realized something important in that moment. Thoughts do not only appear as fear or sadness, they also appear as possibility, as ambition, as promises. Clouds are not always dark. Some are bright and beautiful, and yet they still move. He opened his eyes and looked at the mountain carefully. Snow had begun to gather at its peak, a thin white layer, almost glowing under the setting sun. The mountain did not chase spring. It did not resist winter. It did not question whether it should be somewhere else. It simply stood where it stood. But Arun was not a mountain. He was human, and humans choose. That night, instead of forcing an answer, he did something different. He placed the letter on the table. He lit a small candle, and he returned to the window. He allowed the question to remain unanswered. This was new. His entire life, he had believed that discomfort must be resolved quickly. That uncertainty was a problem to eliminate. But sitting there, breathing slowly, he realized something gentle. Uncertainty is also weather. The mind wants immediate clarity. The heart sometimes needs stillness. So he made a quiet agreement with himself. For 7 evenings, he whispered, I will not decide. I will only sit. And so he did. Each evening, the question returned. Sometimes louder, sometimes softer. On the first evening, excitement dominated. He imagined telling the villagers he was leaving, imagined packing his belongings. On the second, fear arrived. What if he failed? What if he no longer belonged there? On the third, nostalgia painted everything golden. On the fourth, exhaustion whispered, stay. On the fifth, he felt strangely neutral. On the sixth, doubt tried once more. And on the 7th evening, something unexpected happened. He sat before the window, and for a long time, the question did not come. There was only breath, cold air near the glass, the scent of wood in the room, the fading light behind the mountain. The mind was quiet, not because he forced it to be, but because he had stopped feeding it urgency. And in that quiet, he noticed something deeper than excitement or fear. When he imagined returning to the city from a calm mind, his body tightened slightly. When he imagined remaining in his small house from a calm mind, his breath softened. Not dramatically, just subtly. He understood then that clarity does not always shout. Sometimes it feels like a small relaxation in the chest. He smiled gently. The answer had not come from argument. It had come from stillness. The next morning, he wrote a letter back to his friend. He thanked him, he wished him well, and he declined the offer. Not because the city was wrong, not because ambition was bad, but because he had listened beneath the weather. And what he found there was enough. Years later, people in the village would say that Arun was a peaceful man. They would say he had chosen wisely, that he seemed content with little. But Arun knew the truth. Peace was not something he had chosen once. It was something he practiced every evening, sitting, watching, allowing. The mountain continued to change with the seasons. Snow melted, grass returned, storms came and went, and inside him, thoughts continued too. But they no longer frightened him the way they once had, because he knew now He was not the clouds, not the storm, not even the letter that once shook him. He was the quiet awareness that could sit by the window and notice it all. And tonight, as you lie there listening, you also have that window. Your thoughts may be busy. Your past may visit. Your future may knock softly at the door of your mind. Let it. You do not have to answer every knock tonight. Just sit by the window of your own awareness. Feel the rise of your breath, the fall of your breath. Behind the weather of your mind, something steady remains. And in the next story, we will explore another life, another quiet lesson about the space we often overlook in our search for meaning. Story 2: The Space Between the Bells. In a monastery far from any village road, there lived a young novice named Tenzin. The monastery was known not for its size, nor for its beauty, but for its bells. There was a bell to wake before dawn, a bell to begin meditation, a bell to eat, a bell to work, a bell to gather for evening chanting, and finally, a bell to sleep. The sound of these bells shaped the entire day, deep, resonant, expanding across the courtyard, rolling into the hills beyond. When Tenzin first arrived, he loved the bells. Each time one rang, he felt guided, directed, certain of what to do next. The bell removed confusion. It told him when to sit, when to bow, when to move. He believed the bell was the source of discipline. But over time, something subtle began to trouble him. He noticed that between the bells, he felt restless. When the morning meditation bell rang, he sat straight and attentive. When the work bell rang, he moved quickly and efficiently. When the chanting bell rang, his voice rose with the others. But in the quiet spaces between those sounds, his mind wandered. He would sweep the courtyard while thinking of praise. He would wash dishes while imagining becoming a great teacher. He would sit waiting for the next bell, wishing time would move faster. One evening, after missing the start of meditation because he had been daydreaming, he approached the old monk who tended the garden. "Master," Tenzin asked, "how can I become more focused? I do well when the bell rings, but between the bells, I lose myself." The old monk smiled, but did not answer immediately. He continued trimming a small bonsai tree, carefully shaping each branch. Finally, he asked, "When the bell rings, where does the sound come from?" Tenzin blinked. "From the bell, of course." "And when the sound fades," the monk asked gently, "where does it go?" Tenzin hesitated. "I don't know." The monk nodded. "Tomorrow Do not listen only to the bell. Listen to what remains after. Tenzin bowed, confused but obedient. The next morning, before sunrise, the first bell rang. Its tone filled the dark air, deep, clear, vibrating through his chest. Usually, as soon as the sound ended, he would stand and rush to prepare. But this time, he stayed still. The sound expanded, then softened, then thinned, until it disappeared. And then there was silence. He noticed something he had never truly noticed before. The silence after the bell was not empty. It felt wide, open, almost alive. He rose slowly. Throughout the day, he began to pay attention, not just to the bell itself, but to the space after each ring. When the work bell rang, he paused for a breath before moving. When the meal bell ended, he noticed the quiet before the first spoon touched the bowl. And gradually, something began to change. He realized that his restlessness did not come from the absence of structure. It came from his resistance to stillness. The bell was easy to follow because it was clear and external, but the silence required something else. It required presence. That evening, as the final bell rang for sleep, he lay on his thin mattress and listened carefully. The tone lingered in the air, softer, softer, until only the faint hum in his ears remained. Then even that faded. In the darkness, he became aware of his breathing. No bell instructed him to breathe. No sound guided the rhythm. And yet, breath continued. Inhale, exhale. He felt a slight discomfort at first. The mind wanted the next instruction, the next signal, but there was none. Only the quiet. And in that quiet, he sensed something steady, like a wide field stretching beyond the monastery walls. For the first time, he wondered, what if the most important part of the bell is the space it reveals? If you are listening right now, perhaps you can try this gently. Notice the last sound you remember hearing. Maybe it was my voice. Maybe it was a car outside. Maybe it was the hum of a fan. And now, notice the silence that follows. Do not search for dramatic stillness. Just notice the space. Your breath is moving in that space. Your body is resting in that space. You do not need a bell to guide this moment. You are already here. But Tenzin's understanding was still young, because soon the monastery would face a week when the bells did not ring at all. And in that unexpected silence, he would discover whether his practice depended on sound or something deeper. It happened without warning. One morning, before dawn, Tenzin woke up naturally. He lay still, waiting for the deep, familiar vibration of the wake-up bell. He waited. The sky outside his small window slowly lightened from black to soft blue. Still, no bell. At first, he felt confused. Had he overslept? Had the bell already rung? He sat up quickly, heart beating faster. Other novices began stepping quietly into the hallway, whispering to one another. The bell didn't ring. Is something wrong? They gathered in the courtyard, uncertain. The air felt different without the guiding sound. The silence was not peaceful. It was tense. Finally, the abbot emerged from the main hall. "The rope of the great bell snapped in the night," he said calmly. "Until it is repaired, there will be no bells." A ripple of discomfort moved through the novices. No bells? How would they know when to wake, to meditate, to eat, to chant? The abbot bowed slightly and returned inside. That was all. The structure that had shaped their days for years had vanished with a single broken rope. The first morning without bells felt chaotic. Some novices arrived too early for meditation, sitting awkwardly in the dim hall. Others arrived late, embarrassed and flustered. Mealtimes became uneven. Work periods overlapped. Tenzin noticed something else. Without the bell, his mind felt even louder than before. When should I move? Am I late? Am I doing this correctly? Every action felt uncertain. By midday, frustration had spread quietly through the monastery. The order they had relied upon seemed fragile now. That evening, Tenzin found the old gardener again. "Master," he said, "everything feels unsettled without the bells. I didn't realize how much I depended on them." The old monk nodded, watering a small row of plants. "Good," he said softly. Tenzin frowned. "Good? Yes, now you can see what was hidden." "What was hidden?" The monk set down the watering can and looked directly at him. "You believed the bell created your discipline. You believed the bell created your presence. But the bell was only a reminder." He gestured toward the sky, now glowing orange with sunset. "Does the sun need a bell to rise?" Tenzin shook his head. "Does your breath need a bell to continue?" "No." The monk smiled gently. "Then perhaps your awareness does not need one either." That night, there was no bell to signal sleep. The monastery simply grew quiet as darkness settled in. Tenzin lay awake, uneasy at first. The absence of sound felt heavy, almost unnatural. But slowly, he remembered his practice. Listen not only for the bell, but for what remains after. Now, there was only what remained. No beginning, no ending. Just continuous quiet. He placed his attention on his breath. Inhale, exhale. Without the bell marking time, the moments felt softer, less divided. There was no before meditation or after work. There was only this breath, and then the next. The next morning, he did not wait for a bell. He woke with the light. He sat upright in his room and began meditating. At first, doubt appeared. What if I started too early? What if others haven't begun? Weather. He let the thoughts drift. He followed the rhythm of his breath instead of the rhythm of sound. Gradually, something unexpected happened. The day felt less fragmented. Without the sharp ringing that cut each activity into pieces, everything flowed more naturally. Sweeping became meditation. Washing bowls became meditation. Walking across the courtyard became meditation. There was no clear line between one part of the day and another. Just movement within awareness. By the third day without bells, the restlessness that had once filled the spaces between sounds began to soften. Tenzin noticed that the silence itself carried a quiet guidance. When he felt hungry, he ate. When he felt tired, he rested. When he felt distracted, he returned to breathing. He began to understand something subtle. The bell had never truly controlled time. It only highlighted it. And without the bell, he could finally feel time directly, unmeasured, undivided. On the fifth evening, as he walked alone in the courtyard, he paused. The wind moved gently through the trees. Leaves rustled in irregular patterns. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called once, then again. He closed his eyes. There was no bell, no instruction, yet he felt completely guided, not by sound, not by schedule, but by awareness itself. And in that moment, he realized the teaching hidden in the broken rope. External signals are helpful, but true steadiness does not depend on them. You do not need a perfect environment to be present. You do not need silence to find stillness. You do not even need a bell to begin again. Right now, as you lie in your bed, there may be no clear signal telling you it is time to rest. Your mind may still be moving. Your body may still hold the echoes of the day, but you do not need a bell to tell you when to soften. You can begin now. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. Notice the space between the inhale and the exhale. Notice the space after the exhale, before the next breath begins. That space is always here. The bells may ring. The bells may fall silent, but the space remains. And soon, the rope of the great bell would be repaired. When it rang again across the courtyard, Tenzin would hear it differently, not as a command, but as a reminder of something he had already discovered in the quiet. On the seventh morning, just before dawn, the entire monastery gathered in the courtyard. The rope had been repaired. The great bronze bell stood tall again, polished and steady, its surface cool in the early light. Tenzin stood among the other novices, feeling a quiet anticipation in the air. Some looked relieved, others looked curious. The abbot stepped forward and wrapped his hands around the new rope. For a brief moment, there was complete stillness. Then, the bell rang. The sound rolled outward, deep and full, filling the courtyard, rising into the hills, echoing across a stone and sky. Tenzin felt the vibration in his chest, just as he had on his first day at the monastery. But this time, something was different. As the sound expanded, he did not cling to it. As it softened, he did not chase it. And as it faded, he stayed. He listened not just to the bell, but to the silence it revealed. The tone dissolved into quiet. And in that quiet, there was no tension, no urgency to move, no need for instruction, just awareness. When the bell finished ringing, many of the novices immediately turned toward the meditation hall, relieved to return to familiar structure. Tenzin walked too, but his steps were slower now. Not lazy, just unhurried. He understood something he had not understood before. The bell was never the source of discipline. It was a doorway, and the doorway opened into the same place every time, this moment. That day, during meditation, he noticed how thoughts still appeared. Plans, memories, small worries. The mind did not become silent just because he had learned a lesson, but now he saw them differently. Each thought was like a bell, arising clearly, resonating for a moment, and fading. And what remained after each thought? Space. The same open space he had touched during the days without sound. He no longer feared the quiet between activities. He no longer rushed to fill pauses with planning. When sweeping the courtyard, he felt the movement of his arms. When washing bowls, he noticed the warmth of the water. When waiting in line, he felt his feet against the ground. There were still bells marking the hours, but they no longer divided his life. They simply rang within it. Weeks later, as winter approached, Tenzin sat beside the old gardener once more. "The bells are back," he said softly, "but I don't depend on them the way I used to." The old monk nodded. "What did you find when they were gone?" he asked. Tenzin thought for a moment. "At first I found confusion," he admitted. "Then I found restlessness, and beneath that, I found something steady." The gardener smiled. "Good," he said again. Tenzin looked at him with curiosity. "Master, will there come a day when I no longer need reminders at all?" The old monk chuckled quietly. "As long as you are human, you will forget. And as long as you forget, reminders are kind." He picked up a fallen leaf and held it between his fingers. "But remember this, reminders point, they do not create." He released the leaf, and it drifted gently to the ground. That night, when the final bell rang for sleep, Tenzin lay in the dark and listened carefully. The tone expanded, softened, disappeared. He did not cling to the sound. He rested in the silence that followed, and in that silence, he felt no lack, only breath. Inhale, exhale. And if you are here with me now, in the quiet of your own room, perhaps you can hear your own bell fading. Maybe it was the last thought you were holding. Maybe it was the tension in your shoulders. Maybe it was the echo of today's conversations. Let it fade. And instead of waiting for something else to begin, rest in the space that remains. There is nothing missing in this space. Nothing you need to add. Nothing you need to remove. Just awareness, gently holding whatever arises. In our next story, we will explore a different kind of lesson. One not about sound or silence, but about something many of us carry without realizing it. Something small that slowly grows heavy over time. And as we move into that story, allow your breath to soften just a little more. The bells have rung. Now we rest in what follows. Story 3. The seed he kept in his pocket. In a quiet valley, surrounded by low rolling hills, there lived a middle-aged potter named Dev. He was known in his village for making simple, sturdy bowls. Nothing ornate, nothing grand. Just clay, shaped with care, fired with patience, and sold at a modest price in the market each week. Dev lived alone in a small stone house at the edge of the valley. He had once planned to travel, to learn new techniques from distant towns, to become known for something extraordinary. But life had unfolded differently. His parents had grown ill. The family kiln had needed tending. Responsibilities had arrived quietly and stayed. Now, years later, the kiln still burned in the yard behind his house. The wheel still turned beneath his steady hands. And in the pocket of his work apron, he carried a small seed. No one else knew about it. It was smooth and dark, about the size of his thumb. He had found it years ago, during a rare journey beyond the valley, beneath a wide tree that grew beside a river. A traveling merchant had told him, "That tree grows from a powerful seed. It can survive drought. It can survive storms. Planted in the right place, it becomes enormous. Dev had picked up one fallen seed and slipped it into his pocket. One day, he had thought, I will plant this somewhere far from here when I leave. But he had never left, and so the seed stayed in his pocket. At first, it was a symbol of possibility, a reminder that life could be different, that he could still change everything. Whenever frustration arose, when customers complained, when clay cracked in the kiln, when he felt the valley closing in, he would touch the seed. Someday, he would tell himself, someday, I will plant it. Years passed. The seed remained unplanted. It became less a symbol of hope and more a quiet weight. When neighbors spoke of their children leaving for the city, Dev would feel the seed pressing lightly against his leg. When he saw traders passing through the valley with stories of distant lands, he would feel it again. Sometimes, at night, lying in bed, he would take it out and hold it in his palm. It had not changed, but he had. Lines had formed at the corners of his eyes. His hands had grown rougher from years of shaping clay. One evening, after a long day at the market, Dev sat outside his house watching the sun sink behind the hills. The sky turned orange, then purple. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the seed. "What are you?" he whispered softly. "Are you hope, or are you regret?" He realized he no longer knew. The seed had become something he carried without questioning. Like a thought repeated so often it feels permanent. The next morning, as he prepared clay at his wheel, he noticed how tightly he was gripping it. His shoulders were tense, his jaw slightly clenched. A customer had criticized the thickness of a bowl the day before. The comment lingered in his mind. "You could be better than this. You could be more." The seed pressed against his thigh as he worked, and suddenly he felt tired, not from the labor, but from carrying something undefined for so long. That afternoon, an old traveler stopped by his stall at the market. The traveler picked up one of Dev's bowls and turned it slowly in his hands. "This is strong," the traveler said. "It is simple," Dev replied. The traveler smiled. "Strong and simple are not opposites." Dev nodded politely, but his mind drifted. He wondered what would have happened if he had planted the seed years ago. Would he now be living under a great tree? Would his life feel larger? That night, instead of sitting inside, he walked beyond the last row of houses toward the edge of the valley. The hills were quiet. Crickets sang softly in the grass. He held the seed in his hand. For the first time in years, he asked himself honestly, "Why haven't I planted you?" The answers came slowly. "Because if I plant you here, it means I am staying. Because if I plant you somewhere else, it means I must leave. And I have been afraid of both. The wind moved gently across the valley. Dev closed his eyes. How many things do we carry like this? Small seeds of someday. Small ideas of a different life. We keep them close. We protect them. But we do not look at them too closely. As you lie there now, perhaps there is something in your own pocket, not a real object, but a quiet maybe. Maybe I will change. Maybe I will leave. Maybe I will become someone else. Notice how that maybe feels in your body. Does it feel light or heavy? Dev stood there for a long time, feeling the cool night air on his face. He realized something gently unsettling. The seed itself was not heavy. The story around it was, and he had been carrying that story for years. He did not yet know what he would do. But for the first time, he was willing to look directly at what he had been holding. And sometimes that is the beginning of freedom. In the next part of this story, Dev will make a choice. Not a dramatic one, not a heroic one, but a quiet choice that will change the way he carries the rest of his life. For now, let your breath soften. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. And notice what you might be holding, without judgment. Dev did not plant the seed that night. He did not throw it away either. Instead, he placed it on the small wooden table beside his bed. For years, it had lived in darkness, tucked into fabric, pressed against movement and heat. Now, it rested in open air. He lay down and looked at it in the dim light of a single candle. Without the weight of his pocket around it, the seed seemed smaller than he remembered, almost ordinary. He realized how much meaning he had wrapped around something so simple. That night, sleep did not come immediately. His mind wandered through old memories, moments when he could have left the valley, times when he had chosen to stay. He noticed how his thoughts tried to rewrite the past. If I had gone then, if I had tried harder, if I had been braver, whether. He exhaled slowly. He did not push the thoughts away. He simply noticed their familiar rhythm, how they rose, peaked, and dissolved. At some point, he fell asleep. The next morning, the seed was the first thing he saw. Sunlight touched its smooth surface. He picked it up and turned it in his fingers. "What are you asking of me?" he murmured. The question felt different now, less dramatic, less desperate. He went about his day as usual, kneading clay, shaping bowls, feeding the kiln. But something subtle had shifted, because the seed was no longer hidden. Each time his hand reached automatically toward his pocket, he felt nothing there. A small absence. Strangely, the absence felt lighter. In the afternoon, he walked again to the edge of the valley, this time carrying a small shovel. Not because he had made a final decision, but because he was ready to stop postponing clarity. He found a quiet spot near a cluster of wild grasses. The soil was firm, but not impossible to dig. He knelt. For a long moment, he simply sat there. The hills stretched around him, silent and familiar. The valley held his entire life. Every success, every mistake, every ordinary morning. If I plant it here, he thought, does it mean I've given up on becoming more? The question felt sharp. He closed his eyes. What does more mean? Fame, travel, recognition, or presence? Depth? Peace? He realized that for years, he had believed more meant elsewhere. But as he knelt in the valley's soft wind, he could not deny the quiet steadiness he felt. He began to dig. Each movement of the shovel was slow and deliberate. The soil gave way gradually. When the hole was deep enough, he paused again. His hand hovered above it, the seed resting in his palm. This was not a dramatic moment. No music swelled. No one watched. It was simply a man deciding to stop carrying a possibility in secret. He placed the seed into the earth. For a brief second, doubt flared. What if it never grows? What if this was foolish? Whether. He covered the seed gently with soil and pressed it down with his hand. There was no immediate transformation. The ground looked exactly as it had before. He sat back on his heels and let out a long breath. Something inside him felt quieter. Not because he had chosen the valley forever, but because he had chosen honestly in this moment. He understood now. The weight had never been the seed. It had been the constant postponement, the silent story that life had not yet begun. As days passed, Dev returned to the spot occasionally. At first, nothing appeared. His mind tried to stir doubt again. You planted it too late. The soil isn't right. It will fail. He smiled gently when these thoughts arose. Weather. He continued shaping clay, selling bowls, tending the kiln. But now, when he worked, he felt less divided. There was no secret someday pressing against him. There was only this bowl, this breath, this day. Weeks later, a small green shoot broke through the soil. It was fragile, barely visible against the grass. Dev felt a quiet warmth in his chest. not pride, not triumph, just gratitude. The seed had not demanded he leave. It had not demanded he become someone else. It had simply asked to be planted. And sometimes, the freedom we seek is not in changing our entire life, but in finally releasing the story that it has not yet begun. If you are listening now, perhaps there is something you have been carrying in your pocket, an idea, a regret, a postponed dream. You do not have to solve it tonight, but you might gently take it out of hiding. Place it on the table of your awareness. Look at it without drama, and ask yourself not what would make you extraordinary, but what would make you honest. Dev continued to visit the growing plant through the seasons. It grew slowly, steadily, without urgency. And as it grew, he realized something else. The valley had never been too small. His resistance had been. Now, as you lie in the quiet of your room, imagine setting down whatever you've been carrying. Feel your shoulders soften. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. You do not have to carry someday into sleep. Tonight, you can rest in what is already here. In the final part of this story, we will see how Dev's small tree becomes a quiet teacher, not just for him, but for others who are still holding seeds in their pockets. For now, simply breathe. The small green shoot did not grow quickly. It did not stretch toward the sky in dramatic leaps. It did not demand attention. It simply grew, a little each day. Dev began visiting it in the early mornings before lighting his kiln. The valley was quiet at that hour. A thin mist often rested over the hills, and the air felt cool against his skin. At first, he checked the plant with a subtle anxiety. Is it strong enough? Is it getting enough sun? Should I water it more? He noticed how quickly the mind tried to control what was already unfolding. Weather. He began to kneel beside it, not as a manager, but as a witness. Some mornings, the leaves were open wide. Other mornings, they curled slightly inward. After heavy rain, the soil around it darkened and softened. After dry days, the earth felt firmer beneath his fingertips. The plant responded to conditions. It did not resist them. And slowly, Dev realized that this was the teaching he had needed all along. He had believed that becoming more meant forcing growth, pushing, striving, reaching beyond the valley. But this small tree was not striving. It was responding. Sunlight came. It opened. Rain fell. It absorbed. Wind blew. It bent. No internal argument. One afternoon, a young boy from the village followed Dev out of curiosity. "What are you doing here every morning?" the boy asked. Dev smiled and pointed to the small tree. "I planted something," he said. The boy frowned. "It's tiny." "Yes," Dev agreed gently. "It is." "Why are you watching it? It's not doing anything." Dev looked at the delicate leaves trembling in the wind. "It is doing exactly what it needs to do," he replied. The boy crouched down beside him, studying the plant more closely. "It doesn't look special." Dev nodded. "For a long time," he said softly, "I thought something had to look special to matter." The boy did not fully understand, but he sat there quietly for a moment before running back toward the village. As months passed, the tree grew taller. Its trunk thickened slightly. Its roots, unseen, pushed deeper into the earth. Dev noticed something surprising. The more the tree grew, the less he thought about leaving the valley. Not because he had given up on possibility, but because he no longer felt incomplete. The seed had once represented an unfinished life. Now, it represented participation. He was no longer waiting for life to begin somewhere else. He was living it, right here, shaping clay, tending fire, watching leaves unfold. One evening, during sunset, Dev sat beneath the young tree for the first time. Its shadow was small, but present. He leaned his back against the fragile trunk carefully, feeling its steadiness. For years, he had carried the seed in darkness, wrapped in imagined futures. Now, he felt something simple and profound. When we stop carrying the story of not yet, we finally arrive. The valley was no longer a place he was stuck in. It was the ground he stood on. And standing fully on the ground you are already on is a quiet kind of awakening. If you are listening now, perhaps there is something in your life that feels unfinished. A version of yourself you think you should become. A path you believe you should have taken. Notice how that thought feels in your body. Does it tighten your chest? Does it whisper that this moment is not enough? Now, imagine gently planting that thought in the soil of awareness, not forcing it to disappear, not forcing it to grow, simply letting it rest. Feel your breath moving in and out. Your life is not postponed. It is happening. Even here, even now, even in this quiet room as you prepare for sleep. Dev's tree continued to grow over the years. It did not become the tallest tree in the valley. It did not become famous, but it offered shade. Birds nested in its branches. Children rested beneath it on warm afternoons. And sometimes, travelers passing through would pause beside it and say, This tree feels peaceful. Dev would smile softly when he heard that, because he understood peace had not come from chasing something larger. It had come from finally planting what he had been carrying. Now, as you lie there, let your shoulders soften into the bed. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. You do not need to carry your seed into tomorrow. For tonight, you can rest. In our final section, we will gather the quiet lessons from these stories: the mountain, the bells, the seed, and gently guide your mind into deeper stillness. For now, just breathe. Tonight, you have sat beside a window that faced a mountain. You have listened for bells and for the silence after them. You have knelt in the soil of a quiet valley, holding a small seed in your palm. None of these stories were about becoming extraordinary. They were about something much softer. The mountain did not teach Aaron how to control the weather. It taught him that he was not the weather. The bells did not give Tenzin discipline. They revealed the space that was already there. The seed did not give Dev a new life. It freed him from postponing the one he already had. And now, as you lie in the dim light of your own room, perhaps you can feel the thread that connects them. There is always weather in the mind. Thoughts will come. Plans will appear. Memories will replay. You do not have to chase them away. Behind them, something steady remains. There is always sound in the world, the noise of the day, the echo of conversations, the subtle hum of your own thinking. You do not have to silence it all. Between the sounds, space remains. There are always seeds in the heart, ideas of who you might become, stories about who you should have been, dreams you have not yet planted. You do not have to solve them tonight. Beneath the stories, life remains. Now, gently bring your attention to your body. Feel where you are supported. The weight of your head, the weight of your shoulders, the natural rise and fall of your chest. There is nothing you need to improve in this moment. Nothing you need to fix before sleep arrives. If a thought appears, imagine it like a cloud passing over a mountain. If a memory surfaces, hear it like a bell fading into silence. If a longing arises, hold it like a seed resting in open air, and then return to the breath. Inhale, slow and easy. Exhale, a little longer. Let your jaw soften. Let your tongue rest gently in your mouth. Let your eyes sink comfortably behind closed lids. The day is complete. You do not need to replay it. Tomorrow will arrive on its own. You do not need to prepare for it in this moment. Right now, you are simply here, aware, breathing, resting in what remains when striving pauses. Imagine yourself sitting quietly beside that mountain. The sky is dark now. Stars are scattered across it like small points of light. The air is cool, still. There is nothing missing, nothing extra, just the gentle rhythm of existence. Let your breath become softer, quieter, slower. If your mind drifts, that is natural. Weather moves, let it move. You remain. As sleep begins to approach, do not chase it. Do not measure how close you are. Simply rest in the space between breaths, the space between thoughts, the space between who you were today and who you will be tomorrow. In that space, there is no pressure, only ease, only stillness, only quiet awareness, gently holding you. May your sleep be deep. May your mind be light. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet understanding that nothing essential was ever missing. Now, inhale slowly, exhale fully, and allow yourself to drift gently into rest. Good night.